Cobi cernangis anakku sing ayu rupane tetiap pendekare bangsa.
Proklamasi kami bangsa Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
The ancestors always said that we are a great nation. Nusantara, the nation of the Garuda. But now, we have been reduced into a frail nation, prone to to disintegration. One day, on August the 17th, 2024, a centennial tribute will be paid to honor Garuda, the guardian of Nusantara. So get ready. Show the world the greatness of the Nusantara bloodlines, the nation of the Garuda.
Selamat datang di tanah tercinta, langit memanggilnya, tanah Nusantara. Selamat datang di agungnya, nirmala Nusantara. Laksana
Wapai Sang Garuda, atas nama segenap bangsa Nusantara, tanah air tumpah darah, tanah kami lahir, hidup, dan tumbuh dalam kebinekaan yang ika, serta kedamaian abadi. Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga bumi Nusantara.
Toen, tijdens een agressieve militaire actie, zagen we het heel duidelijk. Een hele grote arend achter de Indonesische soldaten. Wat is dat voor een wezen? Wat ze Garuda noemen.
jujur. Gimana pun bisa memperasa muna-muna keke. Samuna-muna keke. Rasa sayang, rasa sayang, sayang, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang, sayang, rasa sayang, rasa sayang, sayang, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang, sayang. Dari mana datangnya lintah, dari gunung turun ke kali, dari anima milikku pas
The vocational faculty was established as a sign of Hasanuddin University's commitment to advising vocational education in Eastern Indonesia. The vocational faculty is the youngest faculty at Hasanuddin University, officially inaugurated on July 4, 2022, based on the rector's decree regarding its establishment. This journey began in 2018 with the launch of the Integrated Health Vocational Diploma 3 program, a collaboration among the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing to address the shortage of healthcare workers in Papua. In 2020, UNHAS expanded its outreach by opening vocational programs in Sidrap Regency, adding study programs in food crop production technology and livestock production technology. In 2021, we developed programs in Asmat, Sopeng, and Selayar Island Regencies with new study programs tailored to local needs. On March 1st, 2022, a partnership with Baru Regency was initiated with the addition of the Animal Feed Technology Study Program. After the inauguration of the Hasanuddin University Vocational Faculty, all vocational study programs were brought together under one roof.
Visi Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Hasanuddin adalah menjadi fakultas vokasi penyelenggara pendidikan terapan yang unggul dan inovatif, menghasilkan insan cendekia berkarakter, profesional, dan berjiwa kewirausahaan berbasis benua maritim Indonesia. Misi Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Hasanuddin yang pertama, menyelenggarakan proses pendidikan dan penelitian terapan yang unggul guna menghasilkan lulusan yang berkarakter, inovatif, dan profesional berdasarkan tuntutan dunia kerja dan dunia usaha secara nasional dan global. Yang kedua adalah melaksanakan program pengabdian kepada masyarakat berbasis kerjasama pentahelix dengan berbagai pemangku kepentingan. Yang ketiga adalah menyediakan atmosfer akademik yang nyaman, kondusif, guna membentuk insan cendekia berkarakter, inovatif, dan profesional yang memiliki komitmen untuk mengembangkan dan menerapkan pengetahuan terbaru dan peningkatan kompetensi sesuai dengan kebutuhan dunia usaha dan dunia industri.
Spread across 5 development areas, we continuously identify the strengths of each region for the development of highly competitive vocational education programs that meet local needs. At Sidrap Campus, we offer 2 flagship study programs: food crop production technology, focusing on smart farming technology in cultivation and agribusiness systems, and livestock production technology, which emphasizes the ability to apply, develop, and create knowledge in livestock production to meet community needs. Sopeng Campus. At Sopeng Campus, we have 3 study programs. Animal agribusiness, which studies human efforts to develop natural resources and the environment to meet livelihood needs. Food agribusiness, focusing on the development of agriculture as a business commodity. And aquaculture and post-harvest technology, producing applied graduates with excellent knowledge, abilities, and skills. In fisheries aquaculture and post-harvest handling, as well as an entrepreneurial spirit, particularly regarding endemic fish and economically important freshwater commodities. Selayar Campus. At Selayar Campus, we offer 2 study programs: coastal and marine aquaculture, which support Indonesia's maritime development, tourism destination, preparing students to master the areas of tourism planning and community empowerment at tourist destination in creative ways. Baru Campus, there's an animal feed technology study program focusing Located at Jalan Perintis Kemerdekaan kilometer 10 Tamanre. This location is part of the main Hasanuddin University campus complex equipped with various facilities. The Vocational Faculty's Makassar campus provides facilities like a lounge, auditorium, meeting rooms, and laboratories supported by other faculties to enhance the teaching and learning process. Hasanuddin University's Vocational Faculty committed to continual innovation and providing excellent education for the next nation generation.
Vokasi menyatu menguatkan Unhas Indonesia global.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University, one of the best universities in Indonesia, located in the city of Makassar, South Sulawesi. Officially inaugurated on September 10, 1956, Hasanuddin University has the vision to be the center of excellence in human development, science, technology, arts and culture based on the Indonesian maritime continent. Unhas is determined to carry out its mission of creating a quality, innovative, and proactive learning space to create and disseminate knowledge of excellence and beneficial science. April 2022, the journey of Unhas was continuing by a new rector's mission to be more autonomous and a modern university in performing quality of education, research, community services, and good university governance. This is to bring Unhas into more independent and globally competitive in modern and digital society. To construct an adaptive and globally needs of learning space, Unhas has organized a diverse education and research infrastructure. Unhas has 17 faculties and schools with more than 200 of study programs. To support the learning process, Unhas provides high-quality facilities and equipped with advanced technology. Unhas Library with e-library service, Unhas Hospital, Dental Hospital, Marine Station in Baranglompo Island, Science Technopark and Teaching Industry, laboratories standardized by ISO, Maiwa Breeding Center, Closed House and Animal Center, Unhas Hotel and Convention to support better educational services. Unhas is supported by quality and highly dedicated human resource. Unhas guidance in implementing the threefold missions of higher education is educational management with the main goal of acquiring knowledge and skills through a learning journey approach and to create learners who have the values of integrity, innovation, catalyst, and wisdom.
Unhas will continue to provide local benefits and globally perspective. Unhas stronger together.
Welcome.
The vocational faculty was established as a sign of Hasanuddin University's commitment to advising vocational education in Eastern Indonesia. The vocational faculty is the youngest faculty at Hasanuddin University, officially inaugurated on July 4, 2022, based on the rector's decree regarding its establishment. This journey began in 2018 with the launch of the Integrated Health Vocational Diploma 3 program, a collaboration among the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing to address the shortage of healthcare workers in Papua. In 2020, Unhas expanded its outreach by opening vocational programs in Sidrap Regency, adding study programs in food crop production technology and livestock production technology. In 2021, we developed programs in Asmat, Sopeng, and Selayar Island Regencies with new study programs tailored to local needs. On March 1, 2022, a partnership with Baru Regency was initiated with the addition of the Animal Feed Technology Study Program. After the inauguration of the Hasanuddin University Vocational Faculty, all vocational study programs were brought together under one roof.
Visi Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Hasanuddin adalah menjadi fakultas vokasi penyelenggara pendidikan terapan yang unggul dan inovatif, menghasilkan insan cendekia berkarakter, profesional, dan berjiwa kewirausahaan berbasis benua maritim Indonesia. Misi Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Hasanuddin yang pertama, menyelenggarakan proses pendidikan dan penelitian terapan yang unggul guna menghasilkan lulusan yang berkarakter, inovatif, dan profesional berdasarkan tuntutan dunia kerja dan dunia usaha secara nasional dan global. Yang kedua adalah melaksanakan program pengabdian kepada masyarakat berbasis kerjasama pentahelix dengan berbagai pemangku kepentingan. Yang ketiga adalah menyediakan atmosfer akademik yang nyaman, kondusif, guna membentuk insan cendekia berkarakter, inovatif, dan profesional yang memiliki komitmen untuk mengembangkan dan menerapkan pengetahuan terbaru dan peningkatan kompetensi sesuai dengan kebutuhan dunia usaha dan dunia industri.
Spread across 5 development areas, we continuously identify the strengths of each region for the development of highly competitive vocational education programs that meet local needs. At Sidrap Campus, we offer 2 flagship study programs: food crop production technology, focusing on smart farming technology in cultivation and agribusiness systems, and livestock production technology, which emphasizes the ability to apply, develop, and create knowledge in livestock production to meet community needs. Sopeng Campus. At Sopeng Campus, we have 3 study programs. Animal agribusiness, which studies human efforts to develop natural resources and the environment to meet livelihood needs. Food agribusiness, focusing on the development of agriculture as a business commodity. And aquaculture and post-harvest technology, producing applied graduates with excellent knowledge, abilities, and skills. In fisheries aquaculture and post-harvest handling, as well as an entrepreneurial spirit, particularly regarding endemic fish and economically important freshwater commodities. Selayar Campus. At Selayar Campus, we offer 2 study programs: coastal and marine aquaculture, which support Indonesia's maritime development, tourism destination, preparing students to master the areas of tourism planning and community empowerment at tourist destination in creative ways. Baru Campus, there's an animal feed technology study program focusing on improving the nutritional quality and digestibility of animal feed. Makassar Campus. At Makassar Campus, 4 flagship study programs are offered. Extractive metallurgy technology is a discipline focusing on technologies for refining metals into usable forms for industry. Remote sensing and geographic international systems combines mapping surveys and geospatial information to analyze various aspects of the environment and regions. Veterinary paramedics acquire skills in handling and controlling animals to ensure the safety, health, wholeness, and halal status of food. Dental and oral therapy prepares healthcare professionals with promotive, preventive, and collaborative skill to address dental and oral health issues. Makassar campus serves as the administrative center for all regional campuses of the vocational faculty, located at Jalan Perintis Kemerdekaan kilometer 10 Tamanre. This location is part of the main Hasanuddin University campus complex, equipped with various facilities. The vocational faculty's Makassar campus provides facilities like a lounge, auditorium, meeting rooms, and laboratories supported by other faculties to enhance the teaching and learning process. Hasanuddin University's vocational faculty committed to continual innovation and providing excellent education for the next nation generation.
Vokasi menyatu menguatkan Unhas Indonesia global.
Welcome to Hasanuddin University, one of the best universities in Indonesia, located in the city of Makassar, South Sulawesi. Officially inaugurated on September 10, 1956, Hasanuddin University has the vision to be the center of excellence in human development, science, technology, arts and culture based on the Indonesian maritime continent. Unhas is determined to carry out its mission of creating a quality, innovative, and proactive learning space to create and disseminate knowledge of excellence and beneficial science. April 2022, the journey of Unhas was continuing by a new rector's mission to be more autonomous and a modern university in performing quality of education, research, community services, and good university governance. This is to bring Unhas into more independent and globally competitive in modern and digital society. To construct an adaptive and globally needs of learning space, Unhas has organized a diverse education and research infrastructure. Unhas has 17 faculties and schools with more than 200 of study programs. To support the learning process, Unhas provides high-quality facilities and equipped with advanced technology. Unhas Library with e-library service, Unhas Hospital, Dental Hospital, Marine Station in Baranglompo Island, Science Technopark and Teaching Industry, laboratories standardized by ISO, Maiwa Breeding Center, Closed House and Animal Center, Unhas Hotel and Convention to support better educational services. Unhas is supported by quality and highly dedicated human resource. Unhas guidance in implementing the threefold missions of higher education is educational management with the main goal of acquiring knowledge and skills through a learning journey approach and to create learners who have the values of integrity, innovation, catalyst, and wisdom.
Unhas will continue to provide local benefits and globally perspective. Unhas stronger together.
Well,
Anima diriku pasang ditujui tontonan
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I couldn't hear your voice. Good morning. Yeah. Welcome to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. Can I have a big applause for all of us today? Thank you very much. This prestigious event is hosted by Asian Association on Remote Sensing, Masyarakat Ahli Penginderaan Jauh Indonesia or Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, MAPIN or ACRS, and the Vocational Faculty of Hasanuddin University. The program will begin shortly. We kindly invite all guests to take your seats and please ensure that your mobile devices are set to silent mode. So for this year, ladies and gentlemen, we're glad to announce that here we have delegates from over 29 countries. Wow, that's a huge number. So ACRS 2025 celebrates diversity, innovation, and collaboration across Asia and beyond. We also kindly invite all the guests. You can sit in front of row in front. You can take that seat because here we have the same position here. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome you to Makassar, Indonesia, and welcome to the 46th ACRS 2025.
The vocational faculty was established as a sign of Hasanuddin University's commitment to advising vocational education in Eastern Indonesia. The vocational faculty is the youngest faculty at Hasanuddin University, officially inaugurated on July 4, 2022, based on the rector's degree regarding its establishment. This journey began in 2018 with the launch of the Integrated Health Vocational Diploma 3 program, a collaboration among the Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing to address the shortage of healthcare workers in Papua. In 2020, UNHAS expanded its outreach by opening vocational programs in Sidra Regency, adding study programs in food crop production technology and livestock production technology. In 2021, we developed programs in Asmat, Sopeng, and Selayar Island Regencies with new study programs tailored to local needs. On March 1st, 2022, a partnership with Baru Regency was initiated with the addition of the Animal Feed Technology Study Program. After the inauguration of the Hasanuddin University Vocational Faculty, all vocational study programs were brought together under one roof.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. The program will begin shortly. Please be seated at the front rows first so you can enjoy the event more closely. As we mentioned before, that we have many countries joining us in today's event. I'm gonna mention several countries, and when I mention the name of your countries, I wanna hear you speak out loud, or you can scream out loud. First, I'm gonna mention from Australia. Can I hear from Australia, please? Yeah. From Bangladesh. Yeah. One more time. From China. Oh, there's so many China here. China Taipei. From India. Wow. From Japan. From Korea. Also from Malaysia. Oh. From Philippines. From Singapore. Oh. Thank you. From Sri Lanka. From Thailand. From Canada. And also from Indonesia. Thank you very much for your energy in today's event. We are going to start our event shortly. So we kindly invite all guests to take your seats, and please ensure that your mobile devices are set to silent mode. One more time, welcome to Indonesia. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to open today's ceremony, please welcome a cultural performance. This is the Paraga Dance presented by the Makassar City Tourism Office. Paraga Dance is a traditional Bugis Makassar performance showing strength, balance, and teamwork. Agile young men in traditional costumes play a rattan ball with their feet and hands without letting it touch the ground. More than a dance, Paraga celebrates joy, unity, and togetherness. Now, please give your warmest applause for the Paraga Dance. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi and welcome to Indonesia. How are you all feeling today? I couldn't hear your voice. How are you all feeling today? That's the energy that I love to hear. In Makassar, we have a local way to say how are you. Here we say agak kareba, and you can reply by say baji baji ji. It means I'm great. Can we try together? Agak kareba. One more time, agak kareba. I couldn't hear. Maybe I can try with this side first. You can scream out loud. Agak kareba. Okay, 1 million people. Don't let them beat you. Okay? Agak kareba. One more time. Agak kareba. That's it. You all speaking like Makassar people already. Can we have a give round of applause for all of us? On behalf of the organizing committee, welcome to Indonesia. Welcome to a beautiful city here in Makassar, a gateway to Eastern Indonesia, a city full of energy, also culture and warm hospitality. In Makassar, we known as Kota Makan Enak, which means culinary paradise. Have you tried our food here? I couldn't hear you. Have you tried our food here? What kind of food you already try? Coto, palu basah. Oh, how does it taste? Is it good? Oh, good. Oh, can I have a big round of applause again, one more time? My name is Anzar Ahmad. I will be your host for today's event, and I'm honored to welcome you to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to recognize our distinguished guests who are joining us this morning. Distinguished Chairman of the Indonesian Society of Remote Sensing, Dr. Agusan. Good morning. All the way from Japan. Yeah. Welcome to the distinguished Secretary General of Asian Association on Remote Sensing, Professor Kohei Cho. Ohayo gozaimasu. Am I spelling it right? We are also honored by the presence of our distinguished guest from Germany, representative of the International Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, Professor Christian Hebke. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Distinguished President of IEEE, Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, Dr. Saibun Cuaca, joining us virtually from the United States.
Agak kareba.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us in today's conference. And also, distinguished representative of Hasanuddin University, Profesor Sumbangan Baja. Good morning. Selamat pagi, Bapak. The Honorable Mayor of Makassar, represented today by Head of the Communication and Informatic Office. He is a special leader in Makassar. Please give applause for Dr. Muhammad Rum, SSTP MSI. And of course, to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed delegates, partners, friends from 29 countries across Asia and beyond, welcome to Makassar, Indonesia. Thank you, everyone. Makassar is truly honored to welcome you all for the next 5 days. This city will be the heart of Asia's geospatial community, where scientists, researchers, policymakers, students, and industry leaders come together to share ideas, build connection, and inspire innovation. This year's conference is jointly hosted by Asian Association on Remote Sensing, Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, and the Vocational Faculty of Hasanuddin University. Over the 5 days, you will experience keynote addresses, technical session, interactive workshop, technology exhibitions, strategic meetings, and even a cultural night that celebrates Indonesian hospitality. Are you excited for our event? Yeah. The theme of this year's conference will be Harnessing Remote Sensing for Global Sustainability and Innovation, a theme that reminds us all that remote sensing, it's not just about technology, but about people, about purpose, and planet we share. So once again, welcome to Makassar and welcome to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we commence this beautiful morning, let us show our respect to the host country by standing for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. You may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next agenda, the welcoming remarks and report. In this session, we will hear an overview of the conference, its objectives, main activities, and program highlights that will take place throughout these 5 days. To deliver the report, we are honored to invite the chairperson of the organizing committee for the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025, Dr. Engineer Ilham Alimuddin. Let's show our appreciation.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to all of you. Om Swastiwastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, and salam Pancasila. I remember wearing this hat last year in Sri Lanka, in Colombo. So here I am, the dream for a year finally come this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to address our distinguished guests for our opening ceremony. Professor Koicho, the Secretary of ASEAN Association on Remote Sensing, and of course, all the other members of ACRS. Welcome to Makassar. Professor Christian Hepke, for representing the ACRS. Dr. Saibun Chuacha, all the way from America, thank you for your time, even though you're online, but your heart will always be with us here in the opening. Professor Sumbangan Baja, representing our rector today. The university is having a graduation day, so rector cannot come, but of course, Professor Sumbangan as one of our advisory board is here with us. Dr. Agustan, of course, and the committee, the board committee of Indonesian Society of Remote Sensing. I would like to welcome also Professor Dewayani, who has successfully hosted 2013 with the record of participant that not yet beaten until now. So Professor Dewa, thank you for coming. And then, of course, I would like to address our keynote speakers, Professor Francesco Pirotti from Italy. Thank you for being our keynote speaker for today. And we have also Dr. Silas Nayak from India, Professor Wataru Takuchi, Professor Maslan, all the way from Malaysia. Thank you, Prof. And later on, at the end of our closing, Professor Josephat will be with us. And to all distinguished delegates, scientists, professionals, and students from all Asia and around the world. It is my great joy, pleasure, and heartfelt that I would like to welcome you to Makassar for this ACRS 2025 in our amazing city of Makassar. This long journey of hosting the 2025 started when we came to Taipei to bid the 2020 in 2023. And last year in Colombo, we presented our readiness to become the host. And this year's conference marks the third time Indonesia has been granted for hosting ACRS. First time in Jakarta and in Bali in 2013. As the local organizing committee, I am honored to be part of this important moment, not only for our academic community, but for the broader geospatial ecosystem in the Southeast Asia. We are humbled and inspired by the strong response from the remote sensing community. Until yesterday, we received 562 registrations from 41 countries we listed. 350 abstracts were submitted. Of course, the countries short down until 32. And we are proud to welcome all these participants, professionals, students, industrialists, and playmakers in the remote sensing area. The ACRS teams this year, harnessing remote sensing for global sustainability in technology innovation, designed to be inclusive, multidimensional, and collaborative as the target of our sustainable development goals. Throughout the week, you can enjoy the technical session, you can listen to the plenary keynotes by distinguished experts, and also a special session from the ACRS members of working groups. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to be sponsored by JAXA, the Japan Space Agency is here with us as our gold sponsors. We have Restec Japan for bronze sponsors with us. And then our sponsor, Korean Society of Geoscience, Photogrammetry, Geodesy, and Cartography. INA University, ASRI Indonesia is with us as well, and also some mining companies and also remote sensing companies joining us like Earth Daily Analytics, Leica Technologies, CompNet, and the others. Thank you very much for all this sponsorship. And we are especially supported by the city of Makassar. Hopefully on Wednesday, we'll travel with the Pinisi boat with the mayor himself. Thank you very much, Pak Rum, who happened to be the initiator of this event. I remember before we left to Sri Lanka, before Taiwan, Taipei, we went and visited you. Yeah? Thank you, Pak Rum, for this opportunity. Tonight, we will have a vibrant cultural night featuring Makassar maritime tradition. We will enjoy the dances and performing arts from other different countries as well. Finally, our goal is to ensure that the ACRS 2025 is not only scientifically enriching, but also personally meaningful, a space where knowledge meets culture and where collaboration extends beyond institution and borders. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you also that on Wednesday, we are leaving for a special field trip to the UNESCO Global Geosites, and everybody is welcome. So we will not have a conference that day. We all have to enjoy the trip. Thank you for UNESCO Global Geopark Maros Pangkep. And also, after this event, we will have a summer school from November 1st until 5th. So anyone who has not registered, you're still welcome. And finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to University of Hasanuddin for hosting us, particularly the Faculty of Vocational School, for hosting and coordinating this event with passion and professional. Clap your hand for all the committee who's wearing batik. Yes, thank you very much. Great guys. And the ASEAN Association of Remote Sensing under the coordination of Professor Cho. Last time visited us, look at all the event, even go to the educational forest with us for the summer school. Thank you, Sensei, for all the support and all the committee members, volunteers who dedicated behind the scene for the foundation of this success. I hope your time in Makassar is filled with fruitful dialogue, new friendship, and unforgettable experiences, both in the conference halls and throughout the enjoyment of the city. Thank you very much. Welcome to Makassar. Welcome to ACRS 2025. My warmest welcome to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer Ilham Alibudin, for insightful report and warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the opening remarks. This remark will be delivered by a distinguished leader who has been deeply involved in advancing remote sensing and geospatial sciences across Asia. Please join me in welcoming the Secretary General of the Asian Association on Remote Sensing, Professor Kohei Cho, to deliver his opening remarks.
Hello, selamat pagi. Okay. Dr. Ilham Almudon, Chair of the Local Organizing Committee, Dr. Agustin, President of the Indonesian Society of Remote Sensing, Professor Samepkang Bahaha, the Vice Rector of the Hasanuddin University, and Professor Mr. Munafri Afudin, the Mayor of the Makassar City, the Professor Brian Ewart, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and Professor Christian Haipke, my friend, past President of ACRS, Dr. Saiben Tuwaja, President of GRSS, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kohei Cho. As the General Secretary of the Asian Association on Remote Sensing, AARS, I welcome you all to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing, ACRS, starting today in Makassar. Actually, this is our third time to organize ACRS in Indonesia. The first time was in 1987 in Jakarta, and the second time was in 2013 in Bali. As we all remember, the successful ACRS held in Bali, organized by Dewayani-san, and participant was over nearly 1,400, which is still the record of ACRS. I visited Makassar this August and discussed with the local organizing committee on the preparation of the conference. I was quite impressed with the good planning and teamwork of the local organizing committee chaired by Dr. Ilham and Dr. Agustin. I also enjoyed the good food and beautiful scenery of Makassar. This time, the local organizing committee arranged the field excursion to visit UNESCO Global Geopark on Wednesday. As we all know, ground truth is very important in remote sensing. So let us gather in the field excursion and learn about Makassar. On this occasion, I would like to introduce you about the formation of ACRS. I myself is General Secretary, and we have 3 Deputy General Secretaries. Professor Fan Tsai from China Taipei, and Professor Gu Xinfa, he missed one plane, so he's coming this afternoon. He's from China. And then Dr. Samir Saren from India. Unfortunately, Professor Shunji Murai, the founder of ACRS and the chairman of ACRS, could not come to Makassar because considering his age. But he expressed warm regards to you all. We have 18 ordinary members from Asian countries and regions, 7 associate members from outside Asia and societies from Asia, 13 sustaining members from space agencies, international societies, and companies. In this occasion, I would like to thank all the sponsors of ACRS, mainly Hasanuddin University, the city of Makassar, JAXA, and ESTEC. Without their support, we could not organize ACRS. Thank you very much. Many topics on remote sensing, including image processing, climate change, GIS, big data, small satellite, AI, UAV, and various applications will be discussed and presented during this conference. So let us start exciting week of ACRS 2025 here in Makassar. Thank you very much.
We appreciate the remarks from Professor Kohecho. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear the second welcoming remark from one of our most respected international partners. Of course, the International Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing, representing ISPRS this morning. Please welcome Professor Christian Heipke to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Dear dignitaries, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, guests from the whole community, greetings. That is, greetings from the whole ISPRS community. My name is Christian Heipke, and I currently serve as past president of ISPRS, the International Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing. ISPRS is an international organization that promotes international, of course, cooperation between the worldwide organizations with an interest in photogrammetry, remote sensing, and spatial information sciences. In 1910, This is when ACRS was founded. It is now the oldest international umbrella organization in its field, which may be summarized addressing information from imagery. I'm deeply honored to be able to address you, the attendees of ACRS 46 in Makassar, Indonesia, here today, on behalf of these geospatial enthusiasts. We all image the Earth in all possible wavelengths, provide insights into environmental monitoring, and thus contribute to sustainable development of our planet in general, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals in particular. We are proud to develop new and exciting methods and techniques to make our world a better place. That goes for the international community, but of course it goes for the community of ACRS just as much. ACRS, as the Asian regional member of ACRS, has started running its successful conference, we heard that already, more than 40 years ago. ACRS is very close to the heart and to the genes of ACRS. This can be seen, for instance, by the fact that Professor Chunji Murai, the founder of ACRS, and initiator of this series of conferences, was also a president of ACRS and is now an ACRS honorary member. Chunji also advocated the ACRS motto, friendship first, money after, which maybe has become more important in these days than it was when it was first pronounced. And it really speaks to itself. Similarly, the current ACRS General Secretary, Professor Kohei Cho, has held important positions in ACRS, including that of Technical Commission President, and has been appointed an ACRS Fellow in 2020. For a long time, ACRS has been the place to bring together space agencies, researchers, and end users to discuss latest developments in remote sensing and its applications to very practical problems ranging from crop prediction to forest fire detection and water quality, to name just a few. I could personally witness these developments over the last approximately 15 years and was always impressed whenever I was able to attend ACRS meetings. Congratulations to all involved in this success story. I'm looking forward to another interesting edition, and I'm looking forward also in particular to the development of this year's host country, Indonesia. I wish you many fruitful discussions as well as new insights, and don't forget to renew old friendship and to make new ones. Thanks very much to the organizing committee to have this important event. And finally, let me invite you to the next important ACRS meeting, which is the ACRS Congress to be held in Toronto, Canada, next July. I have some material which I'm going to distribute, so talk to me while I'm here or just grab some of that material if you want to have more information. Thank you very much. I wish the conference a very good success.
Thank you, Professor Christian Hebke, for the insightful message. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, continuing our session, we will now hear a welcoming message from Dr. Saibun Chuaca, President of IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, who is joining us virtually from the United States. Good morning, Dr. Saibun.
Good morning.
Agak
Selamat pagi.
Agak Dr. Saibun.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you clearly. Agak kareba Prof. Sayubun.
Right, yeah, selamat pagi. And
Selamat
agak
pagi,
kareba.
selamat pagi. Thank you for joining us in today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Saibun Chuaca.
Thank you, and it is a great pleasure to meet every one of you virtually. Honorable leaders, distinguished colleagues, and dear friends, it is a real pleasure to join you virtually and to begin by extending my warmest greetings to Mr. Munafi Arifuddin, Mayor Makassar, Professor Sumangan Raja with University of Hasanuddin, Professor Kohei Chua, Secretary General of AARS, Professor Christian Hapker, past president of the ISPRS Council, Dr. Agustan, chairperson of MAPIN, ACRS, and along with members of the diplomatic community, representative of national and regional institutions, and of course, all scientists, engineers, educators, students, and partners in the Earth observation community joining us from across Asia and around the world. It is a true privilege to virtually join you today in the vibrant coastal city of Makassar, a city whose rich maritime heritage beautifully reflects the spirit of exploration, observation, and global connectivity. These values resonate deeply with the very essence of remote sensing. On behalf of the IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to AARS, MAPIN, and the local organizing committee for their exceptional efforts in hosting the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing. Your dedication and hard work have made it possible for this event to occur in Makassar. This year's conference theme, Harnessing Remote Sensing for Global Sustainability and Innovation, aligns closely with the core mission of IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, as we seek to advance Earth observation science and technology to address some of the world's most pressing challenges. We are living in an era of urgent global transformation, from escalating climate extremes, coastal erosion, and agricultural vulnerabilities to the growing impacts of urbanization. Our planet is changing rapidly and often not for the better. Remote sensing provides us with one of the most powerful tools to not only understand these changes, but to inform policy, empower communities, and drive meaningful actions towards sustainability. It is not enough for us to merely measure the Earth or observing the Earth, but we must also protect it. At IEEE GRSS, our commitment is very clear. We support the advancement of Earth observation, science, technology, and engineering. We foster inclusive participation and knowledge sharing, and we build global bridges that connect academia, industry, and society. We are proud to support events like ACRS because regional platforms are essential. Asia is not just a geographic region, it is a center of technological innovation, cultural knowledge, and human resilience. Conferences like this one play a crucial role in bringing local solutions to the global stage. As we gather here in Makassar, a proud maritime hub of the Indonesian archipelago, let us not forget the ocean. The future of remote sensing must be as blue as it is green. The sea level is rising, our shorelines are shifting, and marine ecosystems are under threat. From coral reef monitoring and mangrove mapping to detecting illegal fishing and modeling coastal hazard, Earth observation is indispensable in managing the delicate balance between land and sea. IEEE GRSS is firmly committed to advancing coastal and marine remote sensing, particularly in areas related to climate resilience, early warning system, and sustainable blue economies. To the young professionals and students in the room, I say this to you. This is your time. The next breakthroughs in remote sensing and geospatial technology will not come from satellite alone. They will come from your minds, your creativity, your models, and your idea. We encourage you to get involved with GRSS activities, join our technical committees, apply for our student programs and travel grant, for example, and be part of a global movement that puts science at the service of society. In closing, I extend my warmest congratulations to the organizer of ACRS 2025. I wish you all a week filled of enriching discussion, lasting partnership, and renewed sense of purpose in our shared mission and sustainable future. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. And again, selamat pagi and aga kadeba. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sewun Cuaca, for inspiring remarks and for taking time to join us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, because this morning is just getting more exciting, so let's do a quick energy check. I will say ACRS, and you can reply by say 2025. Can we make it? Okay, let's make it together. ACRS! One more time, ACRS! Show some love for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Makassar is not just our host city, but also a symbol of energy, hospitality, and culture. And now we are honored to hear a welcoming message from the Mayor of Makassar, represented today by Head of the Communication and Informatics Office, Dr. Muhammad Rum, SSTP, MSI. Please give him a nice round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, Salam Sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor of Makassar, Mr. Munafri Arifudin, sends his apologies for being unable to attend this event. He is currently attending an official national activity in Jakarta now. He regrets any inconvenience and wishes you have successful events today. It's about profound honor and heartfelt joy to welcome you to Makassar, the proud maritime capital of Eastern Indonesia, for the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing. Let me begin by extending my deep respect and warm greeting to Excellency Prof. Dr. Brian Juliarto, Prof. Jamaluddin Jompa, Rector of Asian University, atau yang mewakili, Prof. Hei Cho, Secretary General of the Asian Association on Remote Sensing, Prof. Lena Haluneva, President of ACRS Council, Dr. Sewun Cuaca, President of EAAA, Dr. Agustan, Chairperson of Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, and Dr. Ilham for preparing this event and organizing this event, enabling to be held in Makassar now. And all distinguished delegates, scientists, students, and professionals from across Asia and in the world. Makassar has always been a city of connection, a place where land meets sea, where tradition meets modernity, and where local wisdom meets global knowledge. Hosting ACRS 2025 is not only a tremendous honor for our city, but also meaningful opportunity to affirm that science belongs to everyone, and that cities like ours are ready to embrace it, not in embrace action, but in practice. This theme of this conference, harnessing remote sensing for global sustainability and innovation, speak directly to kind of future we want to build, a future where data is not locked in silos, but translate into insight, into action, and to public value. As a mayor, a growing coastal metropolis, I know firsthand the challenge we face. How to plan and manage urban expansion without degrading the environment. How to ensure clean clean air and water for all residents, how to protect coastal communities from the flooding and sea level rise, how to monitor infrastructure and respond quickly to disaster risks, and above all, how to make cities smarter, fairer, and more livable for every generation. Remote sensing and science more broadly offers tremendous potential to help us meet the challenge, but the potential must be unlocked through the collaboration between government, academia, industry, and most importantly, the community. Let us not treat science as something distant or exclusive. Let us bring it closer to the people, to city planner, to farmer, to fisherman, to teacher and students. Let us make satellite data, AI models, and geospatial system part of daily tools used to solve real problems in our neighborhood, our harbor, and our wetlands. We in Makassar, proud to support the vision. We are equal proud of the leaders shown by Universitas Hasanuddin, especially its Faculty of Vocational Studies, which has helped ensure the successful organization of this conference. Their energy and professional reflect the spirit of Makassar itself, forward-looking, resilient, and full of possibilities. To our guests from abroad, we invite you to enjoy the colors, taste, and rhythm of our city. Experience our culinary, treasure maritime heritage, and hospitality rooted in tradition. We hope your stay will not only be intellectual rewarding, but also cultural enriching. Ladies and gentlemen, let this conference be remembered not only for the ideas exchange, but the partnership, forget and be shared hope renewal. Together, let us place science in services of society, and let us ensure the remote sensing continues to be beacon for sustainability, equity, and innovation in the fast changing the world. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We appreciate the remarks from Dr. Muhammad Rum, SSTP, MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to hear one of Indonesia's leading universities, Hasanuddin University. Representing Hasanuddin University, please welcome Professor Sumbangan Baja to deliver his welcoming remarks and to officially open the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everybody. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Salam Pancasila. The honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by offering my warmest greetings and highest respect to Professor Kohei Cho, as the General Secretary of the Asian Association of Remote Sensing. Also, Professor Christian Hepke, the representing, I think, Vice President of International Society for Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing Council. Also attending with us in the virtual Zoom, Professor Saibun Cuaca, the President of the IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society, GRSS. Bapak Dr. Agustin, Chairperson of Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing. And also Bapak Muhammad Rum, Dr. Muhammad Rum, as the head of, I think, Pariwisata. Yeah. Thank you for coming as a representative or the mayor of the city of Makassar. And also Dr. Ilham Alimuddin is the chairperson of the organizing committee of this event. Esteemed representative of all nation institutions coming from many different countries. I heard that this morning around 41 countries register and submit the abstract to be presented in this a big conference. And all distinguished delegates, scientists, professionals, and students from across Asia and around the world. First of all, I like to deliver rector's apology because at the same time, we have very big graduation ceremony now. Our rector have to graduate around 3,000 students that will graduate from many disciplines, and one of discipline is remote sensing, also discipline, graduate this morning. On behalf of the rector of Hasanuddin University, it is an honor and pleasure to welcome you all to Makassar to this significant gathering, the 46th ASEAN Conference on Remote Sensing, ACRS 2025. Hasanuddin University is one of the major universities in this country and proudly recognized as one of the biggest university also in Indonesia and the biggest in the eastern part of Indonesia. Hosted by the city of Makassar, our university carries long tradition of academic, community engagement, and international collaboration. Over the years, Hasanuddin University has hosted numerous international conferences across various disciplines. Among these, geospatial science, especially remote sensing and GIS, has been one of the most dynamic fields of study in this university and also in this region. Many departments across our university include geospatial technology in their curricula, from fundamental theories to applied research, academic publication, also public usage, especially the city of Makassar, as mentioned by Dr. Muhammad Rum this morning. This all makes the theme of this conference this year, harnessing remote sensing for global sustainability and innovation, not only relevant, but deeply resonant with our institutional mission. It is a theme that speaks across sectors and disciplines, and one of that, we believe it is applicable to all walks of life in the pursuit of sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Makassar itself, as a city of strong maritime heritage and growing urban dynamics, represent the intersection between local wisdom and the global innovation. With coastal challenges, rapid development, and rich biodiversity, the city is a perfect place to reflect on how remote sensing can inform better policies, protect the environment, and improve livelihood. As mentioned this morning by Dr. Muhammad Rum, that the city of Makassar has a strategic position geographically and also culturally. And the city has been known as the main gate of the eastern part of Indonesia. In this region also located the station of ground receiving satellite data. Just, I think, 150 kilometers from this point, we have ground receiving satellite data that already been working for a long, long time. And this is under the government institution of LAPAN. LAPAN is the National Institute of Aeronautics and Space of Indonesia. And also we have global UNESCO Geopark in this area. And then in the Wednesday, we will have ground truth over there. We can collect some ground control point also in this place, including also we have some survey and collecting some ground control point in Makassar culinary place. I think so many here in Makassar that we can enjoy during this conference. We are proud of our Faculty of Vocational Studies has led the local organizing effort with dedication and excellence, serving as a bridge between the academic world and practical application. We thank MAPIN. MAPIN is the Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, ACRS, and all supporting institutions and sponsors for their trust and collaboration. And we thank each of you, the participants, for making the journey to be here in person, sharing your ideas, your research, result of your research, and also your passion to this planet. And now, on behalf of Hasanuddin University, I hereby declare the 46th ASEAN Conference on Remote Sensing, ACRS 2025, officially open. May this conference spark meaningful exchange, lasting friendships, and impactful discovery. Welcome to Hasanuddin University, welcome to the city of Makassar, and also welcome to the big events of 46th ASEAN Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Sumbangan Baja, please remain us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our distinguished guests to join Professor Sumbangan Baja on the stage for the induction of honorary members of ACRS. Please welcome Dr. Agustan, Professor Dewayani Sutrisno, Profesor Fahmi Amhar, Profesor M. Rohis Homarudin, Dr. Ilham Alimuddin, Dr. Soni Darmawan, Dr. Rika Hernawati, Dr. Andang Suryana Soma, the Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Vocational Studies, Hasanuddin University, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Restu MP, Profesor Dr. Ida Leida Maria SKM MKM MSc PH, and of course, Dr. Muhammad Rum SSTP MSc. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now we will first witness a special ceremony, the induction of honorary members of the Indonesian Society of Remote Sensing. We kindly invite the following distinguished individuals to come forward to be honored as new members. Professor Kohecho, Professor Christian Heibke. Please join us on the stage. To conduct the induction, we kindly invite Dr. Engineer Ilham Alimuddin together with Dr. Agustan to come forward. This induction ceremony will be marked by the presentation of the ACRS honorary member pin and the traditional Songko Patondro. The pin represents honorary member of the Indonesian Society of Remote Sensing, while the Songko Patondro is a traditional headpiece from South Sulawesi. Today, it is symbolized honor, respect, and cultural appreciation, a local way to welcome esteemed guests in the true Makassar spirit. Yes, that's a symbol of honor, respect, and cultural appreciation. Congratulations to our new honorary members. Please stay with us on the stage as we are about to move to the next session. So we will take a photo group first, and after this we will continue our next session. After photo session, please stay with us on the stage as we are about to move to the next session. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will mark the official opening of the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025 with symbolic drum beating ceremony. We will now invite all distinguished guests on the stage. Kindly take your position. Professor Kohecho, please take your position. Professor Christian Heipke, Dr. Agustan, and Professor Sumbangan Baja. So the opening ceremony with a symbolic drum beating ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, let us count together in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025 is now officially open. Let's show some appreciation for our event. This marks the beginning of week full of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation in the spirit of our theme. And now we will continue with a group photo session. Please remain on the stage. Thank you very much. We kindly invite our distinguished guests to return to your seats, except Professor Kohecho, please remain on the stage. Professor Christian Heipke, Professor Sumbangan Baja, Dr. Muhammad Rum, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Restu or his representative, please remain on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a special segment of our program. We are going to present token of appreciation. Now we would like to invite Professor Sumbangan Baja to present the token of appreciation to our distinguished guests in this morning. This token of appreciation is coming from Hasanuddin University to our distinguished guests in this morning. May I hear some love to our distinguished guests on the stage? Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. we are giving token of appreciation to Professor Kohecho, Professor Christian Heipke, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Restu, or his representative. Thank you for joining us in today's conference. And of course, Dr. Muhammad Rom. Thank you very much. Take a moment to have a photo group. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, you may now can return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a special segment of our program, the 46th ACRS 2025 Award presentation, at celebrating outstanding contribution in the field of remote sensing. Our next recognition is the Green Asia Award. This award is presented by the Chinese Taipei Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing to honor exceptional research that promotes a greener and more sustainable Asia through remote sensing and spatial technology. Now may I invite the recipient of the Green Asia Award to come forward to the stage. Dr. Yoshi Ishii from Kyoto University. Represented by Professor Junichi Susaki. Thank you for joining us. And to present the award, please welcome Professor Fuansai. So we are going to see, this is the award from Green Asia Award. For his excellent paper, accurate land cover classification via training and validation data, refinement using DRS. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, now we move to the next recognition. Representation of honorary member of Asian Association for Remote Sensing. Now may I invite recipient award to come forward to the stage. Dr. Shailes Nayak. And to present the award, please welcome Professor Kohecho. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our second award, presentation of honorary member of Asian Association for Remote Sensing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. Can I hear some of love or big round of applause for all of us in this conference? Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our award session. We will now take a short break. Please enjoy a 15-minute coffee break and use this time to relax, network, and refresh. We will resume our next session right after the coffee break, still a part of the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. For our distinguished guests seated on the front, you are kindly invited to visit our ACRS Expo located on the 4th floor, accessible through our door on your front right. And while you're enjoying break, we also invite all the distinguished guests, of course, to enjoy your 15-minute coffee break. Thank you and see you back in 15 minutes.
Angin memiriku pasar.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the coffee break, 15 minutes coffee break, we would like to invite all of you to enjoy our coffee break, and you can also visit our ACRS Expo located on the 4th floor. We have several tenants there. We have Jaksa, Restek, we have UNESCO, and many more. You can access through the door on your front right side.
Control away the pieces that
Rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya, rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya. Dari mana datangnya lintah, dari gunung turun ke kali. Dari mana datangnya cinta, dari mata turun ke hati. Di sana gunung, di sini gunung, tengah-tengah bunga melati. Di sana bindung, di sini gunung, dua-dua teman sejati. Rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya, rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya, rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya. Jalan-jalan ke Surabaya, jangan lupa membeli pita. Jangan suka memandang saya, nanti bisa sakit mata. Kalau ada semut di ladang, boleh kita menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umurku panjang, boleh kita berjumpa lagi. Rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya, rasa sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya, rasa sayang sayangnya, lihat dari jauh. Rasa sayang sayangnya. Na 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 bisa Sajojo, sajojo, gimana kau bisa memperasa muna keke, samuna keke.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will continue in just a moment. We invite everyone to please return to your seat as the next session is about to begin. Kindly be seated in the chairs provided. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, the program we will resume shortly. So we kindly invite all guests to return to your seats as the next session will begin soon. Please take your seat that have been prepared. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the event will continue in just a moment. We invite everyone to please return to your seats as the next session is about to begin. So ladies and gentlemen, as a part of our annual tradition, we are thrilled to celebrate Cultural Night tonight. We are warmly invite all participants individually or by contingent to share your cultural spirit through performance such as singing, you can dancing, give poetry reading or any other artistic appreciation or expression. Let your creativity shine and show us the beauty of your culture. If you would like to use prepared music, a background slideshow, or any visual support for your performance, please provide the YouTube link or any supporting file and upload through the Google form attached to the QR code that we already sent, distributed to at the door. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. We kindly invite all the distinguished guests to please return to your seats. One more time, the event will continue in just a moment. We invite everyone to please return to your seats as the next session is about to begin. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 46th Asian Conference on Remote Sensing 2025. How's your coffee? Is it good? Good. Because this morning it's just getting more exciting. So let's do a quick energy check one more time. I will say ACRS and you can say 2025. ACRS! One more time, ACRS! Please give a round of applause for all of us. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to one of the most awaited moments of this morning, the keynote speech. Today we will explore how remote sensing technology can bridge forests, fields, and cities for a more sustainable future. This session will show how multimodal remote sensing helps us understand our Earth system more completely, more green environments to urban landscape. Our speaker is distinguished expert in geomatics and remote sensing, an associate professor at the University of Padova, Italy, and among the top 2% most cited scientists worldwide. He made significant contributions in spatial data modeling, environmental applications, and global science outreach, including leading initiatives that connect geospatial science with global health. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Francesco Pirotti from the University of Padova, Italy.
Well, thanks for the invitation, and thanks for inviting me in this beautiful city. And I will be speaking about multimodal remote sensing. And well, thanks. First of all, thank you to the organizers for the excellent organization. And I think we can start with the first slide. I would like to give a couple of thoughts about remote sensing, which is a technology which has been around for a long time. And to see some new things and talk about what can be the final applications and how we can actually use remote sensing for this word that we use so much and we hear so much, which is sustainability. So we hear this word very much. And in my title, it's on the sustainable future. And if we go on to the next slide, I have divided this title. So it's next. Yes, thank you. No, that's too much next. Just once, thanks. Okay, yes. So I've divided the presentation into, first of all, what is multimodal remote sensing? We have been using this for, I think all of us have been using multimodal remote sensing because it's a new word that's been coming, but it's really saying something which is already known. So we're basically using multiple sources of data from remote sensing. Next. And now we're going to how we use it to bridge these three parts, which we can see everywhere in any part of the world, where actually we see the nexus, we see the margin between where we live, so the forests, and where the cities and the fields, what gives us food, crops, which is very important. And how can remote sensing help for what is, next slide, a sustainable future? So how can remote sensing help us to provide solutions, to support decisions? And so what are the new frontiers on this? I will give some examples. Next. Now, multimodal remote sensing, what has been changed a little bit in the past years is that before we had satellite imagery, but now thanks to lowering of costs, we have a lot of more closer ranging. That we have drones, but now we have also portable, and so we can go all the way up from space, all the way down to very detailed information. Next. So not only do we have a lot of sensors, but we also have more and more sensors, a growing number of sensors. This is a slide from ESA, which is showing some numbers, what is predicted to be the number of sensors in 2030. Now, they are not all observation sensors, but many of them are. You can see really large numbers, and you can just imagine how much data will be arriving down to our servers, so how much data we will have access to. And obviously, something also you might want to look at is the NASA Whirlwind Space Birds, which is a nice visualization of how much data, how much satellites are on space. Next. This is an example from Italy. Also, the national space associations, the space industry is working a lot towards increasing the number of satellites. This is something that's recently been going on with new orbits, new vectors. So you can see there's radar and Earth observation satellites, which will provide 2 meters resolution, 1 meter resolution, 3 meter resolution, depending obviously on the sensor itself. So they're throwing up there 60 plus more than 60 satellites. And again, this is all going to be data which is going to be arriving to us. Next. Now this brings a little bit of thoughts. How is that data going to, how accessible that data is? Because we can have a lot of data, but it also depends on how much we can access the data. And in the case of the Italian Iride constellation, there's a bit of debate because it was not very clear on the terms of services. Now it's known. And the concept is how to make the data as open as possible and as closed as necessary. These are some words that people have proposed projects know quite well, because in projects, they often, in research projects, they ask for having the data open, but of course, in some cases, it cannot be completely open. So there's this bit of balance that we have to think about how to access the data, and the providers of the data, how are they going to make it accessible? Not just how open it has to be, but how easily accessible it can be. Can I download my data easily? Can I find it? Maybe it just takes time to find the data. If you don't know where the data is, obviously you cannot use it. So multimodal remote sensing requires to have access to data so that we can put together data from different sensors and use it for, as we can see, for sustainable cities and sustainable future. Next. So this is something actually that was supported by ACRS. This is a summer school we had a bit more than a month ago in the Dolomite Mountains. And this is a very good example of multimodal remote sensing, because in this summer school, there was a lot of sensors. There were a lot of sensors, all types of carried by different rovers. You can see the drones. Next. And we can see, of course, some nice times, but what I want to show here mostly is the multimodal ability, not the pizza, of course, but more the remote sensing from radar, remote sensing from optical, remote sensing from closer range sensing, from 3D, from LiDAR, from portable LiDAR. Next. And this is something that shows also the idea of something where the city and the forest, because this area is quite touristic, so there's a balance between the local community, which is also, let's say, there's a social balance between the tourists, the local community, the artisans, and people who actually work with the forest, they work with the fields, the pastures, etc. So there's, let's say, an equilibrium. And to know where your data is, where spatial data is very important. And putting together data from drone imagery, from drone photogrammetry, drone LiDAR, but also from remotes, from satellite data, can bring new insights and can be applied to many, many, many aspects. We know that. So having this data, we can apply from landscape analysis all the way down to hydrology and hydrogeological also risk assessment, for example. Next. Again, so we go more to the forest now, forest example, where foresters, there's an economy in forestry in that area where people actually use wood and sell wood. So there is forest management, which now is supported by close range remote sensing. So you put together data from LiDAR. Next. Next. And this was also another assignment which shows another technology which is of interest, where people use images, photos, and new applications related to something that is compared to photogrammetric process and LiDAR to see which works best. So next, the bottom line is, okay, multimodal remote sensing. We have a lot of data, and how to make the best of it, how to put it together. When we have this multi-scale data, we have pixels which can be 100 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. We have LiDAR data, which is, as you will see in another example a bit later on, which can give you 1 point per centimeter, so extremely detailed. How to make the best of it, and also how to be efficient, because all this data has to be processed. Is my computer, powerful enough? Do I have to buy an HPC computer, a high processing unit? Do I have to use GPUs? That's all open questions in the multimodal world, because we have to process the data. And of course, another important thing is the processing giving me better information? Do I actually need to process the data with artificial intelligence and all these algorithms to get maybe a bit of a better result on my classification? Maybe sometimes it's not necessary. So it is at all means, as you can see here, some of you have worked with big data. The big data world says, okay, it's big data if it uses the 3 V's. So volume, velocity, and variety. So we're there. We are a lot of data. It's coming to us very fast, and it's there's a lot of different data. You're dealing with imagery, active, passive, remote sensing, and data which has different formats. So that's some open challenge which is important to address. Next. Now we move on. This is actually, interestingly enough, it's an AI-generated image, which gives you a we will see obviously other real imagery, but this gives you the information of a very common situation. You have the city, and neighboring in the city, obviously you have houses. People want to live in nice neighborhoods. They want to use energy because they want, electricity for heating, etc. And then there is an interaction between the city and the green urban areas, the green urban parts. Then there's the nexus, the margin with crops and agriculture, which also has an impact. I mentioned in my presentation, I also dealing with One Health and health-related issues. So a lot of things that we put to grow crops better and to keep pests away has an effect also on the health of people. So we try to minimize that as much as possible. Plus, there is also the ecological part, so the biodiversity. So we have to find a trade-off between using Earth and obviously keeping a natural balance so that we keep as much as possible what are called ecosystem services. So the good things that nature can give back to us. Next. Next, let's go to the next one, which is actually quite straightforward. So basically, this is something I show my students to show the complexity and what you can really see from space. This is a Sentinel-2. It's an interface where you can see actually what you can get as a product from Sentinel-2 and see how this changes with what is actually on the field, on the area. Next. I think there's another one. Yes, so basically you can see what remote sensing gives you. So this is a very introductory example I give, and especially in Italy, there is a lot of interaction between the urban part, crops, because all this area, this is Lake Garda, is actually on the top, on the north, there is the forest, so there's a lot of economy, forest-based economy. Then there is a lot of agriculture there as well. We were speaking about rice with some colleagues. There's also, of course, vinery. And then, of course, there's the urban part. There's all the cities that actually also quite industrial cities like Milano, Verona, Padua. So all this interacts with each other very much, and we have to get information so that we can see what is actually the impact of some decisions. Next. So we do have, at all means, an eye in the sky. We know that, and we can see that, which can tell us also, as we will see in a second, we have each technology in this multimodal world, each technology gives us a particular asset, a particular advantage over another technology. So bringing them together has an overlap, of course. Some technologies give the same, very similar information, but they can add marginal value. So the big question is, should we use, when we speak of multimodal, should we use, optical plus radar? Does radar give an advantage or not? Does it give enough advantage to actually be worth adding all that processing? Because remember, when you add data, you also add an effort in calculation. You need an effort in data fusion. So there's a lot, there's also, you have to think about a trade-off. Next. Okay, let's see some practical examples from a PhD student of mine. He's working in agroecology, again, something that bridges together agriculture and forestry in the sense of bringing some forest patches in agricultural areas. And the idea is that satellite data is great for repeatable data, but misses fine-scale features. What is the objective here? The objective is to see if by mixing forest patches and agricultural patches, what is the, let's say, does it add biodiversity? So does it add advantages to have patches of forest or maybe some linear forest trees where you can increase biodiversity, but then of course it has a trade-off because you will increase biodiversity, but it will be harder to harvest. Now, harvesting is done with mechanical, obviously with precision forestry. So you have these machines that go and harvest with GPS. And of course, if you add a patch of forest trees, that will be on the way. So the machine has to go around it. This, of course, has a cost. Are we okay with the cost? Can we support the cost of having more biodiversity, but pay more for our crops? Maybe yes, maybe no. Next. So by mixing a more close range modality, we can provide more information. So we can tell the farmers, okay, you will get, if you change your landscape, so you're an owner, you decide you want to invest in, okay, I will take this field, along the field I will add some trees. Next, let's see that. Next. So in my forest, I plan to add some trees. Depending on the trees, I will increase the biodiversity, and we can tell them using multimodal remote sensing, we can say, let's plan and have a project where you can add the number of trees, a specific variety of trees, and then we can say, if you add those, you will increase your ecological value, your ecological score, because you will have more biodiversity. But if you put the trees here, there will be much better, much more advantages than putting the trees there. Why? Because if we put trees in a specific spot, maybe you are connecting, adding connectivity to other existing areas with high ecological value. So we can give a score, next. We can provide scores which are related to the species, how big the trees are, so we can say, okay, with our colleagues, with ecologists, ecologist colleagues, we can say, okay, to host this type of bird, which is a famous species, which was lost in the past 20 years because of intensive farming, if we put this type of tree, then it will come back, but the tree needs to be this high with this diameter. These are let's say the ecological niche which is required for this type of species. So we will add more biodiversity integrated in the field itself. Next. And again, maybe it's also worth for some wood collecting, it could also add economical value to your farm. Next. And this can be extracted automatically when you have patches of forests inside agricultural areas, where you can monitor what type of wood and what could be also the economical value of that wood. All this can be quantified. You can define the value of this according to the height and the diameter of trees. So by remote sensing, you can actually take a picture of the situation, predict what could be the future value, and then bring it and provide to the farmer some ideas and some possible scenarios where he can invest. And you can say, if you do this, you will probably get this result. If you do that, you will get a different kind of result. So he has a clearer picture of what to do, also according to local regulations. Next. And this is a simple, let's say, example of multimodal remote sensing, bringing together different data from different aspects. And the challenge is that you have to harmonize it and put it on a framework which is accessible. Because if it's just on your computer and you provide a report, that's fine. But if you actually wanted to have added value for the future, you have to try to make this as standardized as possible. So the pipelines have to be replicable and also standardized, not just for your lab, but ideally also for people who want to replicate them. Next. This is another project which was just finished, very long project that lasted more than 5 years. And next, it's a good example of integration, of a very particular integration, because here we are seeing the bridging between a local green area, very much, let's say, it's a cultural heritage area. It's an old villa, which is owned by University of Padova, and it was the pilot city for this project. The villa itself has an 8-hectare park where we put a lot of sensors, and it was monitored, next, by a drone flight, which gave us more or less, in average, 1 point per centimeter. Next. And this gave us a very detailed information about the park. Now, having a 3D data, of course, gives us, as we saw before, good information about the type of trees, their heights, and before, in the example before, we could use it to kind of assess the value of each tree, because each tree also has an economical value, it has an ecosystem service value, so we can provide values to those items. In this case, we did something a bit different because this park is visited very often also by an aging community. We have an aging community in that city. So next, the idea is to put that remote sensing data that we have together with sensors from low-cost LoRaWAN nodes. These are basically low-cost sensors that you can put around the park. So you have a distributed number of points, and every 5 minutes, these sensors provide information about air quality, they provide information about temperature, they provide information about comfort, which is related to temperature. Next. So by having the 3D model together with the actual measurement on the ground, as we were saying before, we need ground control, we need ground measures, remote sensing needs ground measures, we can have a validated model of this is a related, it's not the real temperature, is an index of comfort. And not only, but we can see how that changes during the day. Next. And we can provide the owners of that area with a snapshot of what is the situation with different indices of comfort or the standard deviation. How will that change during the day? And provide the people who are actually more vulnerable people some feedback on, is it a good time to visit the park? Is that area a good place to be if you are in August and it's very, very hot? So to provide some feedback on specific feedback at this type metric resolution. So each meter, the map provides you with this type of information. Why? Because we can see the radiance actually that is hitting every node in our 1 meter step. There's one node at every 1 meter. We know exactly if how much radiance will be arriving. Is it in the shadow? Is it actually over the sun? Actually, this is not just shadow, no shadow, there's also the amount of light that penetrates, because remember, we have the 3D LiDAR data, which provides us also with the density of the canopy. So sometimes, yes, you're under a tree, but there's also light coming through. Next, and we will see also later some other example. So, mobile mapping for remote sensing. Now we go to the sustainable future. So what are the ideas that come to mind? At least in my experience, what is sometimes an issue is that in academic context, of course this is not true everywhere, but at least in my experience, we need to be more in contact with industry, because that's industry and also with the needs of whoever will use our tools. Because we might come up with a great new index in remote sensing, optical remote sensing. We could define a better classification method, but we also have to think about the practical application. So the downstream application, these are all things that I think should be invested on in our community, in our remote sensing community, because information from imagery is information that has to be needed. So the information has to go downstream to the people who will use it. So with tools, and TRL is technology readiness level, so close to market in the sense, not that you have necessarily to sell it, but that it has to be usable. And very important, it has to be open as possible, and replicable. So there's a lot of push in science now to have your papers, your research replicable. Now we're undergoing, for example, every 4 years in Italy, we have this academic evaluation, research evaluation, and I am part of the committee, and they are actually giving better scores to people who put in their papers access to data. A little bit, so there's a marginal better score given to the people who present papers for the assessment that give very highly replicable research, and that's very important. Next. And some practical application, we were talking about agroforestry. Okay, but what is so practical about that? Except the example I was telling you about before. Next. Here, in this specific area, there was a problem with vineyards. Now, vineyard is the wine growing in Italy is very, very important topic economically and socially, of course, but the climate is changing. So actually the varieties, the species of grapes are very sensible to climate change. The only solution that we can take is to change the type of grape, because every 10, 20 years, depending on the type of vineyard, there is a renovation. So you can decide to change grape type. And there's a lot of genetic studies about this as well. As remote sensors, what we can do is we can provide hotspots where there's actually stressed vineyards, vineyards which are under specific, let's say, threat from climate change. So if I was the owner in this area of vineyards, and I could actually have access to the red spots, I could decide to focus my ground analysis on those spots and see if, first of all, validate the results to see if there's actually stress, and then decide, okay, that's where I'm going to change my vineyard variety. Those are the places where I need to have action, because those are the places where there's more stress. And this is done mixing thermal remote sensing together with optical. So putting together those two technologies in these two modalities, if you will, can provide support, what is really called decision support. So I'm a farmer, I have to spend money, I have to decide which areas to focus on, because I don't have money to go to all the area to make samples. I can focus on the red spots. Next. This is the area where we had the summer school, and this is the ground motion service from the European Environment Agency, from the land monitoring of the Copernicus program. And here in that red spot, we have an area which in our university, a lot of my colleagues focus on, and we support them, next, by, of course, providing more detailed 3D models. And this is actually my colleagues, and this goes on where Earth observation and multimodal remote sensing can actually be used in this virtual reality context. And you can create a model which is interactable. You can interact with the model, but is also metrically correct. Because it's quite easy now with photogrammetry, it's very fast to create a 3D model, but is the 3D model accurate? How accurate is it? Is it accurate enough for my applications? Now, when you have to do hydrogeological models, is very important that your model is correct, otherwise you get wrong results. And at the bottom of this area, there's a town. So the people in the town are quite stressed because there are a lot of rockfall situation just over the town. Now, this has been monitored for many years and they're quite safe, but the result has a practical actually consequence. If my colleagues do the wrong modeling because maybe we give them the wrong data, then it will provide wrong results. So it's very important. Next. This again is, and I'm going towards the end, this is another application from the Varsities project that I mentioned before. What is the practical downstream application? So the downstream application that we provided, next, is the ability to provide some comfort index mapped according to a user input. So the user says, okay, I'm going to visit the park and I am expecting the temperature to be such and such, a wind situation, a humidity degree. So we provide all this information, and also you can provide the type of clothing the person is going to be wearing. So, and if he's going to be walking or running, so the metabolism rate, and it will provide a comfort index in the park according to our 3D model that we got from coupling the photogrammetry and the LiDAR data that we extracted from the park with the ground sensors. And this is available in GitHub if you want. Next. A last example, again, from a very recent project that was just finished. We'll have the final meeting next week, actually, in Brussels. Again, this is actually putting together a lot of data from remote sensing. So again, a multimodal example for fire risk. So fire has this, obviously, depends on the land cover. So the forest, what type of forest, shrub, the land cover is an incredibly important information to have. And next. So what we did, we provided some information, different levels of information from multimodal remote sensing, but more important than anything else, I think for the video you have to click here. You can try clicking for the video and see if it works. But the bottom part, the key message here is that the user can access the data. So I really made it important point that, try next, let's see if the video starts. All my videos usually start automatically, but I guess this one, okay, great. And not just for visualization, because your research result should be accessible. That's something we mentioned before. So not just visualization, but the person can select whatever is the layer. These layers are all very important for fire behavior modeling. So there's software, there's fire behavior software, which can predict where the fire will move. But they need this information. They need what is called a fuel model. They need canopy bulk density. They need canopy base height. And in some areas of Europe, this is a very felt problem. So we provided this information available for download in what we hope it's a very accessible portal. So that people just choose whatever is their area, and they can just click on the data and download it without any other procedure. Next. So just to wrap it up, I hope I gave you some interesting examples on multimodal remote sensing and bridging these three parts, which I think represent our world, where we have to basically get a trade-off on how to live a good life, because that's what everybody wants. They want to live well, they want to have food, of course, access to food, but we also have to keep a balance with biodiversity and try not to stress our planet too much. And of course, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. We have to make decisions. And remote sensing can support those decisions. And I think if we can look at these are well-known sustainable development goals. If we think about it, remote sensing and information from imagery can provide, if not to almost all of these sustainable development goals, it can provide support, information. So there's not one thing where remote sensing cannot help, okay? And next, this is my last slide. If you want to visit us, this is my team. I'm very happy to be with them. And again, thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, of course, I will be here all days, the next days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Francesco Biroti, for the insightful and inspiring presentations. Please remain us on the stage. For the certificate of appreciation presentation, we would like to invite Professor Dewayani Sutrisno to join us on the stage to present the certificate of appreciation. Thank you for your presence and for sharing such a valuable insight with us today. Please give him one more big round of applause. Thank you very much. We can invite everyone to return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second keynote speaker with the theme Earth System Science, the Science of Sustainability. This session will explore how Earth's global, social, and human systems are interconnected and how science and technology help us understand, protect, and manage our planet for a sustainable future. Our speaker is a distinguished scientist in oceanography and Remote Sensing. He is the director of the National Institute of Advanced Studies in India, a former secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences of India. He led the development of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Early Warning System and is a recipient of the prestigious Padma Shri Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Shailesh Nayak.
Good morning to everybody, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank my friend Kohecho and Dr. Alimuddin for inviting me and giving an opportunity to talk to you about the sustainable future of our Earth. May I have the first slide? As you know that what I'm trying to do today is that how the different aspects of the Earth can be visualized from the remote sensing and how we can use that information for providing a solution to our situation. There are three important parts, and which I will try to explain a little bit more as we go further about the knowledge, about the social system, and the human values. Next. Now, what we try to do is that the Earth science or Earth system science, as is known, it provides the understanding about various processes which help us to have the ecosystem where we can live. Now, basically, earlier the Earth science or Earth normally considered as a part of a geoscience, but now the definition has been further expanded because after the era of the satellite, and we have almost now 50 years of a satellite data, we have been able to understand the Earth much better. And so Earth system science now includes the geoscience, the ecology, the space science and applications, also the technology, social science, as well as the cognition. And this is, I think, the most important part, because when you look at the Sustainable Development of Brundtland's report, which says the economic growth, social justice, and the environmental health. These are the three main things which we require for furthering the sustainable development or the fulfilling the needs of this generation as well as the future generation. Next. Now, very briefly, if you see, it's a very complex Earth system processes which we are all aware of, which essentially defines that the Earth is a single system. And this system has a different components. It is a ocean, atmosphere, geosphere, biosphere, and snow and ice or a cryosphere. And there are several processes which is continuously happening at the different level, right from the global level to regional level to the local level. And this information we are trying to collect from satellite, from aircraft. We showed the excellent example of the drones, as well as the ground measurements. And we try to understand these processes by and large, essentially using remote sensing data. Next. So basically, the sustainability is defined as three major issues. There is the global system, there is the social system, and the human system. Now, the global system is what I showed you earlier, is the Earth system, which compose of all the different components and the various processes. But the second, which is the social system, is very critical. It also defines the social structure, that means the governance or a political system, the industrial structures, the infrastructure, and which actually provides the base for us to sustain. The human system is essentially connected to the social system, and it depends on certain lifestyle or the certain values which each community has. Now, all these three systems is connected to each other. Now, if you see the current global warming, the global warming is essentially because of our social structures are not in a conformity with the overall system, and that is why we are facing the climate change. Or if you see the connection between the human system and the global system, like the ozone hole, if there is an ozone hole, it will be affecting the health of the human being. So whatever we may be doing, it affects all this. So when we talk about sustainability, we need to look at all the three systems. Next. Next. Now there are several aspects of this. One which is very important, that how the changing climate is going to affect us and the socio-economic system. Now we can further break down this into different aspects. We need to know about the regional models. We have a very good global models, but still we need a very specific regional and local level models. There are issues of the water resources, snow and glaciers included into that, agriculture systems, the sea level changes. I mean, many mentioned in the beginning in today's inaugural session also. The marine ecosystems, next. Hazards of cyclones, accelerated sea level rise, floods. The another thing which has come up very important now is a demand for the critical minerals because of the increased use of the renewable energy, which is also important, and efficiency of the water and nutrients for the ecosystem, and the research on geoengineering and the various other aspects. I'm not going to talk about everything because of the time constraint, but I will give you a few examples. Next. Next. Now, changes in the climate, of course, there is nothing new in this. Everybody knows that. And this has been happening since last several hundred years. But the difference, next difference is what is happening is that the current model by and large shows that we are going to increase in the heavy and extremely heavy rains, and the light rain is likely to decrease. And this has a lot of implications, which I will come back next. Next. The increase in the temperature, and which will definitely have the moisture more in the atmosphere, and that is going to change the mean and the average rainfalls. And this is happening everywhere. Most of the places we have seen that the frequency of a light rains have decreased and the heavy rains have been increasing. We also see the cold nights, cold days have decreased, heat waves have increased, including in oceans. In oceans also now we have what we call as the marine heat waves. We have seen that the droughts are increasing, at the same time the floods also increasing. So all the extremes in each area has been increasing. Next. Next. So what we need now is that how this changes on the rainfall, temperature, etc., is going to affect the ecosystem, which ultimately will affect our economic and the social system as well as the human system. So this is the one area which we need to do. Second thing which we need is now we need high resolution regional models which can provide you information region-wise so we can plan the action. The third is the human health, how it is going to be affected by the heat waves as well as the cold wave. Now, this is one area which is now extremely important, because what we found that the vector-borne and the waterborne diseases are increasing manifold in many parts of the world. This will also going to lead to certain food and shortages, and the droughts which are now becoming more common. And we have, most of the time, we have a very good system of how the drought is progressing. But what we do not have, that how we can integrate this information with the socio-economic conditions. That means in a different places, the people start adapting. And where there are normally more droughts, people are easy to adapt. But in other areas where the droughts were earlier not known, and now it is coming, it is difficult to understand. So we need the information about drought to integrate it with the social systems of a given region. Next. Now water, next. We all know by 2050, the total requirement of a water globally and availability of a water is going to be much less. This is because the rainfall pattern has changed, and we know that the low rainfall or a low and moderate rainfall events can allow the water to percolate much below, and we have what we call as a shallow groundwater table. The heavy rainfall, most of the water will flow away. Now this, the shallow unconfined Yeah, just keep it in the, no, just pour it and keep it here. Sorry. So this shallow water groundwater table actually is very critical because it interacts with the atmosphere and it is affected by the climate change. This shallow groundwater table also maintains a seasonal water flow into a river system. Also for crops, forest, everything, this shallow groundwater table is very critical. And this is what worries now, that because of the changes in the rainfall pattern, this shallow groundwater table is going to be affected. The deep and the confined aquifers are not affected much. Next. So what we need to do is that how does this shallow groundwater table, how do we model them with the typical, with the rainfall pattern, the terrain conditions, and the sea level changes. Especially in the coastal region, the higher the sea level also is changing and introducing the salinity. This is the one thing. The second thing, what we need to do, that what is the requirement? That means the accounting system, or what we call as a water census, for the each for the each grid, we can choose a grid size, that what is the requirement of the water, not only for the human being, also for the ecology and the biota, and what is, how much water is available in a particular region, so that we know that how do we meet the needs of those people. So the water census is very important. Next. Now, of course, everybody knows that the glaciers are retreating. But the glaciers are not retreating at a uniform rate. The rate varies drastically. Of course, this data is from Himalaya. It varies from 1 meter to 60 meters in a year. Now, there are many other reasons for this, but the important reason, what is we found, that on the western side, where the monsoon is not very active, it retreats slowly, while in the central and the eastern side, the monsoon is strong, it retreats much faster. That is because what happens, the snowfall, in the areas where the precipitation is more on the form of a snowfall, the glaciers retreat slowly. Where the precipitation is both on a snow and rain, they retreat fast. The second thing which is very important is that what is likely to happen. In the worst scenario also, about 27% will retreat. In a control, if you control the emission, it would be about 10%, but this is very significant. Now, the other important aspect is, this is an area, but what we are interested more in the mass. And the mass balance of individual glaciers is very low. But in the general on Himalaya, it is assumed that 4 billion tons of ice is melted every year. This is a huge mass which transfers ultimately from land to the sea. Now, this would lead many other changes, that what we call as a glacial-eustatic changes. It will bring the changes in the landforms, and this is happening already in many parts of the Himalaya. So this is another very important area which we need to understand. So that is why the changes in the mass is very important for us to understand. And of course, Grace gave us initial result, but I think routinely we need to see that how this can be monitored. Next. The health of the glaciers will depend on how much snowfall is occurring. Now you can see that in the three main areas, the Indus, Ganges, and the Brahmaputra, as a huge area under snow cover, and that is estimated is about 55, 9, and 15 billion cubic meters. It's a huge area. Now, if there is a change into the snow cover, at two places, we have found that about 3% decrease in the snow cover. Now, how this will translate into decrease in the river is about 8.4% in Indus, 17% Ganges, and 19% in Brahmaputra. So it's a huge change which is likely to happen. Now, in this connection, the changes in Indus is very critical. That is because the Indus Basin, both in India and Pakistan, it provides water for irrigation, and almost 25% of the production in India comes from Indus, while in Pakistan it is almost 90% production comes from the Indus Basin. So any change in this availability of a water can affect very large population on these global. Next. Next. Now, this kind of a changes which are currently very slow, maybe if managed properly, it could be beneficial. Because if you are able to harness the extreme rainfall, it would be beneficial. The increase in the temperature has brought forward the harvest time. So normally what happens when the harvest time is shortened, the grain size becomes smaller and you reduce the yield, which could be anything about 5 to 7%. So this is another thing which is likely to happen in coming years. Now, most of the time we talk about temperature, but we don't talk about carbon dioxide increase and its impact on the crops and the other flora. Because what happens is when the carbon dioxide increases, the stomatal conductance reduces by 20%, and that leaves becomes much broader, and in certain cases, the productivity increase. The productivity of wheat and rice will go down, but the millet and sugarcane, it will go up. So that is why our lifestyle or the food habits has to change according to these conditions. In India, what we have found that the monsoon is shifting westwards, and which has become the desert part has become more green. Next. You can see that from last 20 years, especially the 2016, it shows a lot of red compared to other areas in the northern part, northern and the western part. Now this is because of the increased agriculture in this region and availability of water more on the desert side. So the desert is greening now. I will show you another example which also collaborates with this study. Next. Now, to address this issue, the changes in the agriculture and the rainfall pattern, how do we adapt? So one thing which we have started is to provide the agrometeorological advisories to the farmers. So this is, of course, very high resolution models which is being used to provide the information on maximum, minimum temperature, humidity, wind, and the rainfall for next 5 days at a different intervals. Now this information now goes to 40 million farmers daily, and these are used for various agriculture practices like when to sow, when to irrigate, when to apply fertilizer, pesticides, etc. And this, the economic benefit for those who use this is about $10 billion annually. So this is one example that how satellite data can be used to improve the socio-economic conditions of the farmers. Next. This, of course, what we need to do is improve the decadal forecast. Now, this is very difficult task, but if we know that what is likely to happen in next decade, we can plan the crop varieties accordingly, we can plan the irrigation systems, we can plan food processing units. So all that action can depend on a good decadal forecast. And the second thing which is very important is that we have a climate models, we have a crop models, but how do we integrate these crop models with the climate models? So that we can create a scenarios that if temperature increases this much, if carbon dioxide increases this much, what is likely impact on the crops? So this is one area which we need to work on. Next. Next. Now, sea level, of course, we know it is changing. And we know that the rate of increase has increased considerably. It's currently around 4.2 millimeter per year. So this is one aspect, but this is an average rise which is happening across the globe. What is more important is, what is the accelerated sea level rise during storms and all in a particular region? Now in India, what we found that the Sundarbans area, that is Bangladesh, India, in the Ganges Delta, it is going to be about 3 to 4 meter, while on the southern side, it would be around 1 to 1.5 meter. So that average rise is not going to be similar in each places. It is going to be quite different depending upon the various conditions. So this is what we need to plan, that what would be these local sea level rise at different points. Next. Next. Now this kind of an information can be translated into a vulnerability hazard map. Now why that is very important is, of course, this map is prepared based on the information on accelerated sea level rise, the terrain, the shoreline changes, and most of this information comes from the remote sensing. Where you see the red, these are the vulnerable areas. So when you are planning your industries, infrastructure, you have to avoid these areas. So this is one way of addressing the how do we adapt to the different hazards. So this, of course, the maps are on a very detailed level. I've just tried to show you the importance, where are the areas which needs to be avoided. Next. Now, one is we know where vulnerability. The second part is to adapt whether we have a good warning systems. So we have the warning systems on cyclone. Currently, the cyclone is already going in India, and our track landfall and the time has been pretty good, accurate, and we were able to save a lot of lives. The important is that 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when cyclone came, 10,000 people died. And the last cyclone, there was not a single lives lost. So the importance of a good warning system is very much high. And this is happening because we have the information from a satellite about the ocean condition, how it moves, and all other various parameters which goes into the model. Second is urban floods also increased. And there also the remote sensing has provided extremely good data right from the forecast. But the most important thing remote sensing provided was the 3D maps of a town or a city over which we can show the inundation. So even the ward-wise, we can see which are likely to be inundated, at what level, so how the rescue and relief can be planned. There are two hazards, earthquake and tsunami. Tsunami, we do have a warning system so that we can save the lives, but earthquake, we don't have any possibility of prediction in near future. So we have to adapt, we have to have our structure, the social system, adapt to this knowledge. That means you create the infrastructure in such a way that you can, and the best example is in Japan. You know, earthquake comes every day. They have the high-rise building, but you don't find any life lost. Or in case of earthquake, where to go, all those details are available. So I think we need to either we build a warning system where the knowledge exists, and where knowledge do not exist, we have to prepare the human system to adapt to this. Next. Next. Of course, coastal systems and fisheries, this is another very important area. Like the agriculture system, we find that the fisheries are also changing. And we have a system to tell farmers that where you will likely to get fish. Now, many people argue that by directing fishermen to productive areas, you are allowing overfishing. But our experience in last 25 years, that we found that 91% of the fish stock in Indian waters is healthy and 87% is sustainable. So by and large,